Bah. Bah. Hello. Man, I'm starting late. God damn it. I need to not do that. Son of a bitch, dude. Ay, 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 ay. Very cool, very good. That's not the correct thing to open. That's the correct thing to open. Ugh. So, I'm going to be moving back in for about 3 weeks, starting tomorrow. It's more like a month. Yeah, more like a month. Going back to my parents' place, because I need to be there for my grandparents. As always, well, not as always. Because parents are not going to be home. Someone needs to be able to take care of the grandparents just in case shit happens. So that'll be fun. Ay, 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 ay. Lovely. Let's get to building. Son of a bitch. Don't shoot down my robots. So fucking annoying. Oh, no you don't. I can smell you. Fucking assholes. We're gonna have to do some fucking major nuking again when we return. Bastards also came through this fucking direction as well. Okay. Had some attacks come over here. Rich magic tesseracts. think it's time for a little something something. A remote force of sorts. To destroy the menace. Remotely. Shall we say. We're also gonna have to take care of this problem eventually. We are going to need ourselves a coal outpost. Would you look at that? We already have this prepared. Okay, everything should be fine now. Lovely. This factory's gonna be a bit of a fat chode, I have to say. I'm going to need to integrate also the heavy water into the bus as well, because you need it for the science pack. Alright, your purpose is simple, and that is to constantly head back to... not Nyx, but Newman 5 to keep bringing me more space platform foundations. That is your purpose. Okay, oil refineries. Bitumen processing. .5 coal per second. It's a very low amount of coal. It's quite a lot of oil. Will this be about 150 oil per second? That's not much, to be honest. Okay, 0.99999. Okay, nice meme. Ugh. We're gonna have to stop fracking pretty much immediately. Should be fine. bitumen does this consume? Only 38.4? Oh. That's not a problem. Calcite, bone fragments. Oh shit, dude. I consumes way more than I thought. Alright. That's that done. Ugh, that is not... You know, in terms of the amount of output for coal and bone fragments, this is not a great amount. This is very, very low. I mean, luckily we don't need a lot of calcite per second. 5.7. Yeah, this might be a bit of an issue. Hmm. Need to look at the gold recipes. If calcite's going to be a problem, because by all technical respects, this is the better recipe, right? Shared multiple instances of productivity. Yeah, this one alone is going to provide a lot of gold plate. For the amount of calcite, it's not very expensive. It's pretty cheap. Yeah, we probably want to use that recipe instead. Think I may need more flare stacks. I need more or less space platform foundations before I can continue building. Need about 6 calcite per second. Okay. Might as well start setting this shit up. That works. Lovely. Hmm. Okay, now for the outputs of all this. Lovely. That'll take care of excess oil. Silica sand. We need, of course, lube. Multi-layer insulation, spherical lenses. Okay. Okay. Ugh. How much coal does this take in order to make this? 60 coal per second. that's gonna be coal and bone fragments done. That's definitely not enough shit, but not much I can do about that. Hmm. Are you done loading up with all your bullshit? No. God damn it. processing. Hmm. 225. That much gets 81 gold plate per second. That should be more than enough. Lovely. Coal. If I wanted to make some coal, extra coal, how to do that exactly? I would need carbon. How am I making carbon? We're really gonna have problems with the amount of carbon production or coal production, aren't we? That's gonna be quite a significant bottleneck. Hmm. Hmm. Banks says he's flying to a remote island and may never return. Well, that's funny. Maybe I should take a look into this whole phase sort of complete nonsense. Because it seems like there's a lot of wacky stuff that's happening. No other attacks have seemingly come in yet. Okay, it's fine. What the hell is this showing? The fuck? Go away. Fucking Reaction Anderson. Listen, no secret memes. Alright, back for you to go pick up more platform. Lovely. We still need way more fucking goddamn platform. Three to three. Oh, that's still nowhere near enough fucking bone fragments, but we just kind of have to suck it up. We're just going to be low on calcite. Calcite and coal. Because that's not a lot of coal. Right, now we need the silica sand stuff. 31.6, 95 per consumption. How much do you get? That's a lot. It's gonna be a lot of glass. Do I need this much glass? I don't know. But now we have a fuck ton of glass. oil refineries to pick up. No. I'm gonna have to ratio out the cracking. For oil cracking. That's gonna have to be stuff that's essentially thrown together. That won't be too annoying. Such a little amount of stuff, but don't think we really have much of a choice in the matter. consumes a lot more than I thought it would. Okay. 82. $246. Man, we are getting very, very little coal. Okay, that works. You bitch. Bitch. Well, that consumes more crude than I produce, but that's fine. This isn't exactly the normal ratios of, what is it, 20 something, 2717 or 2517, but it's not that big of a deal. Start the heavy oil cracking. Fuel and petroleum gas. $239 heavy crude. Okay. Heavy to light. Now we're having egg containment breaches. is. And that'll self-correct itself eventually. $304 consumed. $239 produced. $228. establish a pump here, though. Take that out. Pump here. Light oil. $671. That's fine. It's not exactsies, but it's okay. Okay, that's that. Now for the... And that's petroleum dealt with. Though we probably also need light oil for all these calciners, so... Speaking of the calciners... all of that so we can start to use the calciners or make some fucking goddamn glass. Hmm. I mean, this is much more efficient, but whatever. Hmm. Oh, this is a big problem. Hmm. Ooh, this is a big problem. We got a little bit of a deadlock here. We're not currently producing a bunch of petroleum right now. Can't produce sulfuric acid for the petroleum. Rather, can't produce sulfur for the sulfuric acid, so we can make carbon, blah, 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 blah. That is a problem. Which means no fish, and other problems are going to start to persist. This is bad. This is pretty bad. Yeah, we need to fix that right away. Yeah, I know. We'll need some rocket fuel. We need some LDS. Minerals, sands check, rocket fuel check, pipes, steel. Oh, we need to fix that. other shit. I don't have electrical engine yet. Fuck my life. we're gonna come back here and also grab a bunch of carbon so we can kickstart back up. The process of so we can kickstart back up the process of creating the nutrients. You stack up to 20 stacks, 1,000. Let's go with that. Should be more than enough. Alright, perfect. ay, ay. Okay, just need now. We need some fish. So we can kickstart up the process. Alright, now hopefully this all course corrects. the freshest stuff. Let all the other stuff spoil, hatch, and get killed. And eventually this will fix itself. Okay, so that's starting to kick back up now, so that should be okay. We'll start to get some plastic again, start to get petroleum, start to get sulfur, start to get brick again, so then all this stuff should be okay then. And this will all course correct eventually. Alright, we can leave now. go here. Let me fix the problem there. And then it's Jover. We'll have fixed all the goddamn problems.
Lovely. Well, that's that annoying ass issue fixed. And all it took was one Roboport. You'll love to see it. Probably going to expand the amount of rocket silos in this area. Double the amount, basically. You bastards. God fucking damn it. Oh, it's gonna be such a fucking pain in the ass to replace all that shit, man. Fucking bastard. These motherfuckers kept ignoring my defenses, and they kept going through the fucking holes. Bastards. That's so annoying. Ay, ay, ay. Annoying. Gonna have to make more of these fucking probable defensive hard points so then I don't have to deal with any more fucking tank attacks.
fine now, though. I'm gonna stop the Factorio there. Don't have to go into crisis management mode. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. So one warning. Luckily there's not too much to talk about. Or opting not to talk about too much, rather. Alright. Oh, God. Alright, I'm gonna grab water. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And then we're gonna yap about the topics in the goddamn title. I'll be right back, gamers.
We're so Barack. We are so Barack Hussein Obama. We're so Barack. Wow. Why are you all logged into the main account? I hate YouTube when it does this. Son of a bitch. Man, if it couldn't get worse on the platform of Kick, man, people were getting seemingly constantly murdered on this platform. It's pretty crazy.
Trump also meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago. Probably talk about that tomorrow. That's fun. Oh shit. Boy Meets Mini with a raid of 24 people. Oh, now everyone's turning left. Oh no. What's up, Boy Meets Mini? What's up, Raiders? How are we all doing today? I mean, you just caught me just as I was about to prepare for, I don't know, a yapping. Anywho, gamers, I am Rumba, for those who may not know. I'm a variety streamer. I yap about politics. I play video games on the internet because I got fucking nothing better to do. Yeah, I got nothing fuck better to do. Finding a job in this economy? Yeah, okay, good luck with that. So we're just doing this. We're going to be talking about a lot of some wacky stuff. Well, there was, we had to do a lot of crisis management. And it was very annoying. Yeah, honestly, that is the correct thing. Because Boy Meets Mini is cringe, he would turn to the right and just spread a bunch of fake news.
True, and Yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
Boy Meets Mini just wants to spread misinformation. Yeah, teaching people how to code is misinformation. This is true. Learn to code, even though that's probably becoming completely fucking worthless now. But we do a little bit of trolling. We do a little bit of trolling, folks. Earm. Earm. Bunch of the right-wingers are, starting to talk a bunch of shit on JD Vance. It's very funny. They're starting to call Gavin Newsom a fucking Chad, and JD Vance is fat, overweight, short, and has married a cheat wife. Bro. It's very, very goofy, man. Netanyahu announces Israel's awarding President Trump the Israel Prize. The country's highest cultural honor has not been won by a non-Israeli in nearly 80 years. It's so funny, bro. Jesus Christ. Anywho. Alright, let's get started with this shit. Oh boy, more peace talks between the Ukrainians and the Russians and the Americans that are probably not going to lead anywhere. Let's be quite honest here. And I mean, I think Zelensky's face more or less just says everything here. Bro knows that he's just been completely fucked over. His country has been left to its own devices. All because of the sort of liberal delusion of, man, if we just like forehead do a bunch of trade, that won't incentivize the Russians to attack the Ukrainians whatsoever. They'll see the Ukrainians as a country because we're trading with a bunch of them, and we can potentially cut off that trade. It turns out the world doesn't actually work like that, and the Russians do not see Ukraine as a fucking country. I watched the latest Sarcasmatron video. It's a really good fucking goddamn video. Shout out to fucking Sarcasmatron. You know, more or less just talking about the current position that the Ukrainians are in. Basically, they're fucked. And the sort of consequences of liberal international relations and the problems with general IR. Essentially saying, like, guys, if we just forehead trade with the Russians, that means they won't attack their neighbors, right? Clearly, that was a fucking lie the whole time. No, it turns out that you can't negotiate with far-right, ultra-nationalist fascists. Shucks. The liberals fucking fell for it again. And now Trump is in power, essentially making the entirety of the situation significantly worse for the Ukrainians. Because it's essentially just going to be a quagmire, right? Like, I've said this before, but the Russia-Ukraine war for Russia specifically is its version of Iraq. Russia is in a bit of a tough situation because they know that politically speaking and economically speaking, if they were to try to do a general mobilization, it would be a complete fucking disaster for them and would basically not work out for them in these sort of like economic and political senses. Again, it's similar to the Russians and similar to the Ukrainians. They would prefer to essentially have a future for their people. You know, basically have, we would like for, not all of our young people to just go out and die in a rather, the pointless quagmire of a fucking war. But Trump is again trying to be like, well, this is supposed to be the easiest deal because I'm like best friends with Vladimir Putin. It turns out to not be the case, and the Russians are simply put just not interested in having any sort of like settled negotiated settlement because they still feel like they can just like outlast the Europeans and can just like kind of stay in this forever war because they were able to transition to like a total war economy, or not like a total war economy, but a war economy in order to be able to continue sustaining the very, very slow advancements that they're trying to make. Although they also lost Kupiansk after spending months trying to take it. Putin said that he took it, and then the Ukrainians launched a counterattack and took that shit back in about a day, undoing months of work for the Russians. So, what have you. But now, Zelenskyy is basically with the Americans, probably asking for more weapons to be able to defend his fucking goddamn country. And the Americans, because of their sort of Clintonite strategy of, well, if the Russians and the Ukrainians were to go to war with each other, hypothetically speaking, we should just let them bleed each other out. It just benefits us geopolitically speaking, to basically fight a war through essentially a proxy. But it's a proxy where they are doing everything possible to make sure that they do not get subjugated and are trying to defend themselves from being taken over by the much more aggressive, larger military power within the region, that being the Russians, making it such that, well, damn shit, we can just use the Ukrainians in order to fight the Russians and just, send them a bunch of our Cold War sort of era weapons and older stuff in order to just fuck with them, but not send them the crazy, ridiculous sort of advanced stuff, such that it prompts retaliation against NATO with, well, nuclear weapons specifically, because we don't want that smoke, because it would be bad for everyone. Even though I would argue that the Russians and Putin would probably kill Saber Rattle, he'll pretend to want to nuke NATO or whatever, in order to just try to threaten and look like a macho man, but in reality he's never going to fucking go through with it, because he also has to maintain his own sort of structures of power, and all of his allies would instantaneously abandon him. China would abandon him, Iran would abandon him, everyone would abandon him if he were the one to launch the fucking nukes first, because he would be the one more than likely to launch the nukes first, which is why it's just not going to happen. I'm going off on a little bit of a tangent here, but Trump and Zelenskyy having a meet at Mar-a-Lago to, I don't know, talk about what exactly, some sort of peace settlement, and this is coming off of a huge attack by the Russians on Kiev, more than likely as a sort of vice signal to be yeah, I know you guys are trying to negotiate and talk with one another. I'm just gonna do this massive attack because YOLO swag 420, just to be I don't give a fuck about you. Fuck your shit. And there's also, they go in, they talk about some stuff, and then they do an interview after. Why don't we take a look? But camera quality, no. I guess they're just arriving or some shit. God damn, how long does it take for these motherfuckers to arrive? There he is. What's up? It's me, your boy, Donald Trump. We love reporters. I love the press, don't we, folks?
Gotta make a deal. Gotta get it done. Too many people dying, and I think both presidents want to make a deal. They're gonna briefly.
I mean, I just feel bad ultimately for the Ukrainians here, because they're the ones who have to suffer the consequences for the sort of, well, partially liberal hubris and consequences of the liberal international order that was established after World War II. And essentially, the Ukrainians, and similar with a lot of other countries' peoples, are basically are the ones who are being caught in the crossfire of hegemonic powers competing with one another, because they know if they directly have conflict with one another, it would lead to the end of the world and nuclear sort of apocalypse, so they don't really want to have that direct confrontation, so they're going to fight through a bunch of other proxies, but never directly, because again, it's just not going to work out for really anyone on the planet, and everyone would obviously suffer from the sort of a nuclear apocalypse that would happen as a byproduct of the Chinese, well, not the Chinese, but the Russians and the Americans potentially nuking each other, along with the Europeans. And as I said, the Ukrainians are just the ones who are basically caught in the crossfire, because of the Germans basically saying I mean, if the Ukrainians have to suffer the consequences of us getting gas from the Russians through Nord Stream. Who really gives really that much of a shit at all? Whatever. We don't have to deal with I don't know, our own consequences, our own hubris. It's just Ukrainians. Who gives a fuck about any of them? Thank you, Germany, for, well, helping with the construction of Nord Stream 2. Very, very cool.
Depends. I do believe that we have the makings of a deal. It's good for Ukraine, good for everybody. And it's very important. There's nothing more important.
I feel like I've heard this before.
So 8 wars, and this is the most difficult one. So it would be in the middle of the pack. This is the most difficult one. But we're going to get it done. We're going to have a great meeting today.
I thought you were going to solve this by day 1. Oh. Okay.
And it's worked very hard. And it's very brave. And his people are very brave. I mean, what they've gone through, no nation, very rarely has a nation ever had it go through this. So we're going to have a very good meeting today, I think. And
we're going to have a great meeting.
Back after the meeting. And we'll continue a negotiation. Pretty complex, but not that complex.
Complex, but not complex.
I don't have deadlines. You know what my deadline is? Getting the war ended. You don't have deadlines. You agree with that?
Well, again, it's going to be kind of difficult to get the war ended if one of the sides is just wholeheartedly, not incapable, but completely uninterested of negotiating any sort of settled ceasefire. Again, for all the dumbass motherfuckers who constantly like to complain that Boris Johnson was the main dude who tanked the initial sort of peace negotiations between the Russians and the Ukrainians, there was already provisions within that ceasefire proposal that were non-starters for both the Europeans, Americans, and the Ukrainians. The Russians were unironically suggesting in that ceasefire deal that the only times when Ukraine can ask for armed assistance from its allies would be through a resolution that goes through the United Nations Security Council. Now, all of the stupid anti-Ukrainian fucking dumbasses would be like, well, what's wrong with that exactly? That doesn't seem like it'd be too bad. Yeah, that should go sail through the Security Council, no problem. Russia has veto power within the Security Council. That's the fucking issue, you stupid motherfuckers. So any resolution that would have to go through the Security Council would get instantaneously vetoed by the Russians. Be very, very convenient for them to stop any sort of resolution to basically attempt to stop any form of Russian follow-up invasion of Ukraine if the sort of quote-unquote deal that was tanked by Boris Johnson was allowed to go through. But do any of these motherfuckers, Ukraine skeptic sort of dumbass motherfuckers, mention any of that stuff? No.
Well, it depends what the security agreement says. What a dumb question. Nobody even knows what the security agreement is going to say. But there will be a security agreement. There will be a strong agreement. And the European nations are very
well, so far the initial security agreement was not very strong. Again, here's the thing. Even if the Europeans do deploy troops as a peacekeeping force on the sort of line of contact or whatever, these sort of lines that get sort of established if there is a settled negotiation or a ceasefire agreement is reached, I don't think the Russians are really going to care about the Europeans as much. Because if American boots are on the ground, then they'll care. Europeans, nah, they don't give as much of a shit about that.
Involved in that, they'll be very much involved in protection, etc. But the European nations have been really great. They're very much in line with this meeting and with getting a deal done. They are all terrific. They've been sucking me off. There's nobody there. They all want to get it done, and they've been very supportive. I think that's what you're doing.
Thanks so much, Mr. President. Thank you for this meeting. That's really I represent our teams. They do what they can, and I think that during last month they moved forward with negotiations, and we're actually taking much priority for this meeting charter, and they work very well. And they work on different documents. I hope that all.
It is really fucking difficult to hear them, I'm not gonna lie. But honestly, like I said before, the European countries and, well, the Ukrainians basically are just the ones who are getting the most fucked over in this particular instance. Well, not so much the Europeans, but the Ukrainians are the ones who are getting the most fucked over because, again, a lot of the excuses about European hubris sort of like talking about like, oh, the European hubris is one of the main reasons for as to why this war happened. No, that's nonsensical. That's not the reason. It's just that they decided to allocate resources not within military spending, because again, why spend frivolously on the military for no reason? We're not the United States of America. We have the other concerns, politically speaking, which is generally how most countries work. But unfortunately, Trump is a narcissistic and just incredibly transactional fucking moron, and he doesn't understand any of that stuff, but whatever. Other countries have other priorities. Not everything is all about America. Shocker, I know, Americans. And essentially, like, they will be able to kick up production of military, well, assets and equipment. It's just going to take some fucking time, because it's just like, well, now we have to shift around and reallocate a bunch of resources. And guess what? The Europeans are now thinking about having to do stuff like conscription again within Europe, because of, well, not only a lot of the sort of Germans' sort of hubris with the Nord Stream pipeline, but also because of this motherfucker right here, Donald Trump, essentially forcing the Europeans to have to spend a lot more on military expenditure for fucking NATO. For what reason exactly? I don't know. It's just fucking stupid, man. Like, for basically no fucking reason. And again, like I said before, the Ukrainians, they're the ones who have to suffer the brunt of all of this, because, well, they're the ones who are basically caught in between both sort of NATO influence and the influence of the fucking Russians, where they make a decision or make a certain choice, they'll piss off one side, make a different choice, piss off another side, and they're essentially like, they're just basically stuck, and they're the ones who are essentially like the current political football in this particular case. It's just, again, there's caught in the middle, and they're just getting fucked over because of it.
All these companies can bring this as quick as possible. And I agree with the president that for the Europeans, yes, and the president is contact with them, maybe with them, contact with them.
I need to suck off this dumbass.
Sorry?
What made you want to come here and learn a lot about the president?
Why? So we talk about our teams. They work on 20 points plan. Then they work on prosperity and security. And 20 points plan is very important. We have to discuss and sequencing. It's very important. Our teams talk about strategy, how to make step by step, and bring this closer. And we will discuss this strategy.
Mr. President, are you going to make territorial concessions?
When we speak about 20 points plan, there are in 20 points plan, 90% by the way was done by our two teams. I think they made a great job, great work, and yes, we will discuss these points also.
And there are great economic benefits for Ukraine also, because there's a lot of rebuilding to do. There's a lot of
Yeah, not really. The economic benefits for the Ukrainians, buddy. You're essentially saying that you want half of the profits of the fucking rebuild of the fucking country for yourself. Like, the what? Okay, bro. Nice meme.
wealth to be had. And they have great wealth. Potentially, they have great wealth. They want to get started. But there's a great economic benefit for Ukraine in what we're talking about.
President Trump, some are saying that the recent attacks in the past couple days that Russia's staged against Ukraine shows that President Putin isn't serious about peace. What is your reaction to that?
No, it's very serious. I think, I can say that I believe Ukraine has made some very strong attacks also. And I don't say that negatively. I think you probably have to. I don't say that negatively. But I think, he hasn't told me that, but there have been some explosions in various parts of Russia, and it looks to me like, I don't know, I don't think it came from the Congo. I don't think it came from the United States of America. It possibly came from Ukraine, but I haven't asked that question. Maybe I won't bother asking. They're fighting a war, and we'll see what happens. But I believe it's a war.
See what happens in a war.
We have two willing parties. We have two willing countries. They want to see it end. The people of Ukraine want it to end, and the people of Russia want it to end. And the two leaders.
Yeah, that's, again, like I said before, Trump's just huffing a bunch of fucking copium right there. Maybe the Russian people want it to end. Who really knows what exactly the Russian people's opinions are on the war, especially considering the fact that they are heavily fucking propagandized into basically believing any sort of line that the state puts out. We know exactly who does not want the war to end, and that is, well, Putin. Putin doesn't want the fucking war to end. And it really depends on who's going to be in the room, because if the oligarchs, well, want the war to end because of sort of the kind of general sort of like state of the sanctions regime that is currently on Russia, which Trump is trying to end, but the Europeans are not accepting because, again, they don't trust the Russians. Because why should you trust the Russians? If the sanctions regime were to go back into place, then the oligarchs might be potentially more interested in finding some negotiated peace settlement with the Ukrainians and the United States of America. But Trump's not going to do any of that because, again, he is basically a Russian fucking asset at this point. Like, if that were to happen, because, again, Putin also needs to have his bread be buttered, and those are the main people he has to appease to make sure that the current power structure of the rather dystopian economy of the Russian Republic is maintained. Trust me, like, if it's not outside of like basically two cities, that being Moscow and St. Petersburg, Russia's just a third world, like, backwater shithole. It's incredibly fucking poor. The sort of class divide between, well, those two cities and the rest of the country is quite vast. It's really, really bad. And it's essentially like a further dwindling middle class that's being basically forced to have to pay for this war. That specifically Putin is burning a bunch of money through, because he's not going to tap the oligarchs in order to have them sort of to help pay for that stuff. No, those are the people he needs to keep by his side to make sure that the state and the power structure of the state is maintained. Like, the only way forward is probably like to make the Russians actually come to the table is by the U.S. having to sanction the ever-living shit out of the Russian fucking oligarchs. Then that might actually cause some movement for Putin to be like, okay, now maybe we should try to sue for peace. That's really, really fucking great and fantastic. That's what Trump wants us to do for his war in Venezuela. 1,000% boy meets many. What, you think billionaires are going to pay for that shit? Absolutely not.
Here's what it
When it comes to economic benefits from Ukraine, Europe is holding some billions in frozen Russian assets. Do you believe that should go to Ukraine to help rebuild, or go back to Russia?
None of that's been determined, but it'll go. It's going to go very quickly. I think we're in final stages of talking, and we're going to see. Otherwise, it's going to go on for a long time. It'll either end, or it's going to go on for a long time, and millions of additional people are going to be killed. Millions.
I think it's probably going to keep going on for a long time, because again, this is Russia's Iraq. Like, this is the war that's going to bleed their economy. Keep in mind, the Russians haven't even gotten to the sort of main Ukrainian entrenchments and defensive lines that they have established in, like, the Zaporizhia Oblast. They have not gone there quite yet, and they are still struggling to basically push back the Ukrainians. Because, again, like, this is a defensive war. It's beneficial for the Ukrainians because the deeper that the Russians go into the territory, the more Ukrainian territorial defensive units are going to be activated in order to push back against the Russians. So it's kind of like, it's going to be a quagmire. There's nothing really that anyone can do in order to have a breakthrough in any of the lines. It's just going to be, like I said, an eternal sort of war for the Russians. Now, the United States is incredibly fucking rich and very, very powerful, and can sustain a forever war like that for quite a long time through a lot of, well, financial sort of tomfoolery. The Russians don't really have that exact same sort of luxury.
And nobody wants that.
You said you're expecting to get to a rate today. When you say that you think it will either end or go on for a long time, and you say you don't have a deadline. So what are you expecting out of today?
I just think we can move very rapidly. I really feel like we've spoken. I know you had dinner with Steve Witkoff and Jared have done a fantastic job. And everybody has. Marco's been.
Oh yeah, he has like a bunch of his like stooges to basically trying to negotiate for all this stuff, like Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. Like, yeah, dude, the random real estate private equity moguls are gonna do a great job negotiating a settlement for peace between the Russians and the Ukrainians. Yeah, sure, dude.
Incredible. The whole group has been, our group has been incredible. And Ukraine appreciates it, and Russia appreciates it. They both want to see it end, and we're going to get it ended. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you, I think, at the end, but I do think we'll call Europe also. We're going to speak to the European leaders. Thank you very much.
Okay, so then they have their meeting, and this is the sort of follow-up press conference right after that. Why don't we take a look?
President Emmanuel Macron of France, President Alexander Stubb of the Republic of Finland, President Karol Nawrocki of the Republic of Poland, Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Store of the Kingdom of Norway, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of the Italian Republic, Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Oh yeah, and by the way, like there's more and more like fucking pro-Russian stooges that are currently getting in power right now in like Eastern Europe, and it's going to only exacerbate the issue. It's going to be great, dude.
United Kingdom, Britain, and Northern Ireland, Chancellor Friedrich Merz, the Federal Republic of Germany, Secretary General Mark Rutte, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, President Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission. We spoke to all of those great leaders. They're all great leaders. And we had a great talk with them after we were completed. We thought it was appropriate to speak with them. And our meeting was excellent. We covered, somebody would say 95%, I don't know what percent, but we made a lot of progress on ending that war, which is really certainly the most deadly war since World War II, probably the biggest war since World War II. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff, who's here, and I'd like to thank Jared.
Again, I want everyone to just be reminded of what Trump's position essentially is, which is basically like a schizophrenia. Like, unironically, is his position. Like, he wants to like appease neocons that he has, so he's going to like beat his chest and try to act like really tough. But also, he wants to appease the sort of anti-war populists. I say with heavy air quotations, but in reality, they're just a bunch of isolationists. He wants to appease these particular groups to make sure that his rather unstable political coalition can stay intact. Unfortunately, they are directly contradictory sort of positions, so it's more or less impossible. You're going to have to piss off one side in order to, I don't know, vice signal to the other. So it's always going to be like an inherently incoherent position, what the U.S. position is basically. So far, it's more or less just been like, if we just capitulate somehow to the Russians' forehead, then maybe it'll stop. Maybe. And so far, that's just not, well, borne out or like basically yielded any fruit whatsoever.
Who's here someplace? Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Steve. What a great job you've done. Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and Marco Rubio's here. Thank you, Marco. And Pete Hegseth is here.
Marco.
Those two people are doing an unbelievable job. And the four people on this one are doing, I don't think anybody could do it. We'll see if it gets done, but it's very close. Certainly nobody would even have a chance of getting it to where it is right now. Nobody would have thought that was possible. So I just want to say we've done very well. We've had discussions on just about every subject, and that includes with President Putin before. And we went into great detail, and we likewise went into great detail today. And it was an honor to have you at Mar-a-Lago and have lunch. I hope you enjoyed the food. Your people enjoy the food, I can tell you that. You're big, strong people. Your general over there looks like central casting. I want to also, by the way, speaking of generals, we have a great general, General Raising Cane, who's here someplace. Thank you, General. Thank you very much. He's great. So, Mr. President, do you want to say a few words? And then we'll speak over the next couple of weeks. We'll speak probably quite a bit, but we'll speak tomorrow. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Mr. President. Thank you for everything. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank President Trump for a great meeting at this amazing place in his home in Mar-a-Lago. And we had a really great discussions on all the topics. And we appreciate the progress that was made by American and Ukrainian.
Okay, honestly, the fact that this shit's being done at fucking Mar-a-Lago of all places is just like fucking insane to me. Like, why are we doing this at like some stupid like, I don't know, like pedo resort that Trump has in fucking Florida? Like, why are we doing this here? Like, we should probably do this in like a professional, like official capacity within the fucking White House or something. I mean, this is just like a little fucking nitpicky thing in particular, but whatever. Like, mafia boss is gonna mafia boss and have his like little like stoogery sort of nonsense.
Teams in these recent weeks. Special thanks to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and thank you to for their engagement and full commitment, and also to our team, and first of all to Rustem Omer and General Gnatov, and to all our teams. And we discussed all the aspects of the peace framework, which includes, and we have great achievements, 20-point peace plan, 90% agreed, and US Ukraine security guarantees 100% agreed. US Europe Ukraine security guarantees almost agreed. Military dimension 100% agreed. Prosperity plan being finalized, and we also discussed the sequencing of the following actions. And we agree that security guarantees is the key milestone in achieving lasting peace, and our teams will continue working on all aspects. We also had a joint productive call with European leaders, like President Trump said already, and a lot of leaders, including NATO and EU, and we agree that our teams will meet in...
So yeah, that's pretty much the main thing that the Ukrainians really want, is just like, it's like, okay, if we're not going to get Article 5, which would be the ultimate security guarantee, we need like tangible, something actually fucking tangible in order to be able to, in terms of like security guarantees, to make sure that the Russians do not invade again, because we just don't want them to fucking attack again. And that's like literally the position that the Ukrainians are mostly operating off of, because it turns out that the Ukrainian populace is kind of tired of Russian terror bombings.
Coming weeks to finalize all discussed matters, and we agreed with President Trump that he will host us and maybe in Washington, European leaders and Ukrainian delegation, yes, in January, and Ukraine is ready for peace. And once again, we'd like to thank President Trump for a warm welcome and substantial discussion. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Any questions for us?
The U.S. Ukraine security guarantees. What number are we at right now?
Well, I think you can say 95%, but I don't like to say percentages. I just think we're doing very well. We could be very close. There are one or two very thorny issues, very tough issues, but I think we're doing very well. We made a lot of progress today, but really we've made it over the last month. This is not
Mostly, if I were to take a guess, it's probably going to be about the territories. specifically because, again, the Russians want to claim, because they have some sort of presence within the Zaporizhia Oblast, and also not the entirety of, I think, the Kherson Oblast under their sort of control. Basically, they want to claim the entirety of those oblasts for themselves because, again, at this point, the only way for Putin to save face is by claiming a bunch of territory for himself, because if he self-admits and basically backs off of that specifically, it would be an admission that this war was basically done for literally no reason. It would make him look way, way worse. I mean, it's already a war that was done for basically, like, well, no reason. And it's just for the express purpose of Vladimir Putin to essentially secure a legacy for himself by expanding and having a return with a V to the sort of like former Russian Empire that used to exist under the Soviet Union, which, because that's ultimately what Vladimir Putin is doing this for. It's purely like imperialistic ambitions for himself and securing a legacy for himself, because he's, well, rumored to be having health issues and complications, and also his approval rating was like dipping a little bit. I went from like 80% to 70%. Take that with an absolute grain of salt, but it was starting to dip a little bit there as well.
Not a one-day process deal. This is very complicated stuff, but I think when the president says 95, I think could be close to 95%. Yeah, please, behind you.
Mr. President, do you agree on the so-called free trade zone on Donbass? How to separate the sides? How to make the separation line? Who will be responsible?
The word agreed is too strong. I would say not agreed, but we're getting closer to an agreement on that, and that's a big issue. Certainly, that's one of the big issues, and I think we're closer than we were probably. It's unresolved, but it's getting a lot closer. That's a very tough issue.
Yeah, basically anything that involves sort of like territorial integrity is going to be always a sticking point, because the Ukrainians obviously want their territory back because they got invaded for no reason, like literally no fucking reason. But if the Russians capitulate on that, that would be an admission by Putin saying like, well, we basically just did this war for no reason whatsoever. So yeah, they would make Putin also look really, really bad.
One that I think will get resolved. Yeah, please.
We are receiving some mixed signals coming from Moscow, even after you spoke with President Putin. Can you assure us that you have received written or informal response from them?
Well, what was the issue? You have to tell me. What did they say?
So they are telling that Ukraine has to give up Donbass. Just very recent statement coming out.
Well, that's what they've been asking for, and there's a dispute about that. So they're gonna have to iron that out. That's an issue they have to iron out.
Yeah, they haven't completely taken over the Donbass yet, right? There's still like a small amount of like Ukrainian forces that have reclaimed part of the territory there within the Donbass. And obviously, well, the Russians would prefer to have that territory all for themselves.
But I think it's moving in the right direction.
If they reject or delay the solution or peace agreement that you try to achieve.
If something doesn't happen? You mean if something doesn't happen? Yeah, go ahead.
May I ask?
No, go ahead. You want to finish your
Will
question?
there be any step that the United States will prepare?
Well, we'll see. Look, we'll see. But I don't want to talk about that because I think we're getting pretty close. Yes, please.
May I ask the President of
Please.
Yes, about a territorial question. Mr. President, what is your take on Donbass status? Are you prepared to see it as a free economic or demilitarized zone?
No, we spoke about 20 points plan, and I'm happy that really our teams very close to results. And I agree with President Trump today. Our teams worked not one day, not one week, more than 1 month, beginning from Geneva, then 2 meetings in Miami, then we had Berlin, and now we have Mar-a-Lago. So this is a very difficult question. You know our position, so it's we have to respect our law and our people. We respect the territory which we control. And of course, our attitude is very clear. That's why President Trump said this is a very tough question. And of course, we have with Russia different positions on it.
And have you discussed referendum about?
When we speak about referendum, we spoke that it's one of the key. We can have referendum on any kind of points of this plan. I said that we can use referendum like for the plan, or we cannot use referendum. It's one of the key. We can use this possibility of Parliament to vote according to the law or to have referendum. Doesn't matter. This referendum, if the plan will be very difficult for our society, very difficult. Of course, our society has to choose and has to vote because it's the land not of one person. It's the land of our nation for a lot of generations.
They'll probably have to get their plan approved by Parliament or by referendum of the people. You would think that they want. I know they had a poll that it's 91% in favor of ending this war, so they want to end it. Like everybody wants. Russia wants it ended. Everybody wants it ended. So, and we want it ended. I want it ended because I don't want to see so many people dying. We're losing.
We want the
massive
war
numbers
to
of people.
end.
The biggest by far since World War II. So we want to see it ended. Absolutely.
Yes. You said at the top that you plan to speak again tomorrow. Is that correct?
I might. I mean, it depends on what happens tomorrow. If there's an additional something to add, otherwise there's no reason to. We're in the process. Jared and Steve are working very hard to get something done. If there's something that comes up, I'd speak. But
that's the main point Boy Meets Me. The Russians are not interested in ending the war because they feel like they can just keep going. And again, that legacy to maintain for Putin specifically. So again, any sort of like negotiation based off of territory is always going to be a main sort of sticking point for them specifically. Because again, if they're forced to have to give up territory, that is a tacit admission by Putin saying like, yeah, we just basically did this for no reason.
I don't think there's any reason to.
In your mind, sir, what are the thorniest issues still unresolved after that?
Well, I think the land you're talking about. Some of that land has been taken. Some of that land is maybe up for grabs, but it may be taken over the next period of a number of months, and you're better off making a deal now. Look, let me tell you, they have been very brave. They fought very hard and continue to fight very hard and do tremendous damage. But Russia would like to see it end, and Ukraine would like to see it. I think it's time to end. And a lot of very brave people, a lot of people are dead right now, unfortunately, because I've said, and nobody's disputed it, that if the election weren't rigged and stolen, 2020, you wouldn't have had this war. It would have never happened, and it didn't happen for 4 years. Never was even thought to happen.
Yeah, obviously, there's so many reasons why that talking point is fucking nonsensical, because, like, yeah, dude, your incoherent nonsense position is the main reason for as to why the war would have not fucking happened, when in reality, it turns out that if one side of the equation, that being the Russians, think that the Ukrainians are just not a country and not a sovereign fucking people, they're just going to justify whatever actions in order to be able to take territory for themselves. Like, that's the unironic main reason for as to why this fucking invasion happened to begin with. It's quite specifically because of the fact that Putin is a fucking fascist, and he believes that Ukraine is like Russia's little brother, and that he is basically owed that fucking territory just based off of that alone. Despite the fact that the Ukrainians held a referendum to become their own fucking country. Like, I mean, if they wanted to join Russia, Putin, then they would have voted in favor of joining with the fucking Russians in that referendum. I wonder why they didn't. I can think of a bunch of reasons.
And I spoke with President Putin. I got along with him very well, despite the Russia hoax, which was a total hoax. He used to say, what is going on over there? But it was a total hoax, as he knew and as I knew. But I spoke to him, and we talk about Ukraine. I've said it before. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything about it. He didn't do anything about it until I was gone, and then a lot of really bad statements were made by people. By a lot of people, I guess, but by a certain president that we had, who was a disaster.
Mr. President, do you anticipate going to Ukraine if you...
He still would have done the invasion anyways. Again, like Trump, the war between the separatists and the Ukrainian military was also happening under your watch. The Kerch Strait incident was also happening under your watch. If you wanted something to be done about that situation specifically, you would have done something about it. You would have looked for like a negotiated settlement, but you never did. I wonder why.
You can get to an agreement, and
I have no problem with doing it. I have no problem with doing it. Don't anticipate it. Would like to get the deal done and not necessarily have to go. I've offered to go and speak to their parliament, and that would help. I don't know if that would help. I think it would probably help, but I don't even know if that's.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no, I know. So I'm not sure that it would be really necessary, but if it would help save 25,000 lives a month or whatever it may be, I would certainly be willing to do that. Yeah, please. No, behind you. Are you? Where are you from?
From Ukraine.
Good. I had a feeling. Good.
And how about Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant? Have you discussed this question?
On what?
Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant.
Yeah, we discussed that at length today. As you know, it's in pretty good shape. It can start up immediately, almost immediately. And it's one of the things I discussed with President Putin. And they were talking about the nuclear plant. It's probably the biggest in the world, just about the biggest anywhere in the world. Can you believe that? And President Putin's actually working with Ukraine on getting it open. He's been very good in that sense. He wants to see that open.
Initially, the Russians have been using it as basically cover to essentially just make sure that they can fire shells and mortars and whatnot from within the plant and not allow the Ukrainians to shoot back because of the fact that it's a fucking nuclear power plant.
And he hasn't hit it with missiles, hasn't hit it with anything. It's a big danger to do that for everybody. But they're working together to try and get it out. It can open very quickly. It's in pretty good shape. And the people there, I've been there for years. The people there running it. There are 5,000 people in that plant. Can you believe it? I learned that today. 5,000 people. It's the biggest plant of its kind in the world. And they're working together to get it open. They could maybe get it open quickly. That's a big step when he's not bombing that plant. It's a big step.
Mr. President, in the lead-up from Moscow, they talked about the creation of some working groups.
Yes.
Can you tell us about what those working groups would entail? And also, if you wouldn't mind, what is the message that you will give to Putin when you speak to him after your meeting?
So the working group is going to be composed of Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, General Raisin Kane, Marco Rubio, and a few other people that we're going to be putting onto it. I think Pete Hegseth should be in that working group. He knows the territory very well. He's been fantastic at what he's doing. And they may add one or two people. And likewise, Ukraine can have some very good people that were at lunch today that enjoyed the lunch today a lot. More than they thought, right? But do you want to say who maybe
I'm eating lunch. Now, as I said, that we work with Steve and Jared. We worked and worked our Rustem Umerov and also Deputy Minister Kislitsa and also General NATO, and they will continue work in this group. And of course, if we will go further, and I hope that really we will have decisions in January, as I said, about all these documents, 6 documents. And of course, we will continue work on this, so they know what to do. Yes.
And that working group, by the way, importantly, will also then be working with Russia. Okay? Because to work with ourselves doesn't really solve much of a problem. So they'll be working with Russia. Yeah, please.
You said this morning you were a deadline guy. How long do you think it'll take to get this last little bit, as you say, finished? What are we talking
So
about?
if it went really well, maybe a few weeks. And if it went poorly longer and it went really poorly, it's not going to happen. That would be a shame. There's that chance also. It's possible it doesn't happen. But, in a few weeks we will know one way or the other, I think. But
I'm personally not very optimistic in seeing that anything is going to really happen. I'll be quite honest. Again, like, we know exactly what the Russians want, Like, the Russians want more territory for themselves because, again, in the mind of Putin, the only way that he can save face at this point and essentially not make it look like this war was completely fucking pointless and was done for literally no fucking reason is to basically just be like, well, if we just take a bunch of territory and just to conquer the territory for ourselves and be seen as like liberators from the Ukro sort of fascists and Nazis that exist, it's going to be all good for ourselves. It turns out it didn't work out that way, and the Ukrainians actually did not want to be invaded by the Russians. They're just like, no, fuck that, and fuck you. Like, you can, like, fuck right off with that bullshit. What the hell is this? And it's just like, okay, bro. Like, nice fucking goddamn meme. It's just complete fucking disaster. And yeah, like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini, the Russians are more than likely going to sort of play the United States and specifically Trump like a fiddle, just like they did during that sort of Alaska meetup. That was a complete fucking like disaster for the sort of Americans there and Trump. He made himself look like a complete fucking clown in that particular instance and basically accomplished nothing and just made everything worse for the Ukrainians. Why? Because fuck you. That's why. Because unironically, this man Trump is, I say it rather like hyperbolically, but I do think he is probably a fucking Russian stooge to some extent.
But if it went really well, but it could also go poorly. I mean, we could have something where one item that you're not thinking about is a big item that breaks it up. Look, it's been a very difficult negotiation, very detailed. It's funny, I settled 8 wars. Some were going on for 35 years, and we got them settled in a couple of days. Some of them, one was going on for 37 years. I settled in 1 day. But this is a very complex one. No, I think we'll get it done. I don't want to say when, but I think we're going to get it done. Yes, ma'am.
President, you in the past have suggested a bilateral meeting between both President Putin and Zelenskyy.
Right.
Something that is also on the docket.
I see that happening, sure, at the right time. I saw a very interesting President Putin today. I mean, he wants to see it happen. He wants to see it. He told me very strongly. I believe him. Don't forget, we went through the Russia hoax together. And he called me, I'd call him, I'd say, can you believe the stuff that they're making up? And it turned out we were right, they made it all up. And despite that, we didn't get into wars and we didn't get into problems, but we weren't able to trade very much or any of that, which was a shame because, a lot of success could have been had by trading with Russia. They have great land, great minerals and other things, and we have things that they want very badly. But the Russia hoax, which was a terrible, made-up, fictional thing by Crooked Hillary and by Adam Schiff and bad people, sick people.
Yeah, it's just not true. It was found out from within the Mueller report that people within the Trump campaign did collude with the Russians in order to get a bunch of political dirt on Hillary Clinton. Paul Manafort literally went to jail for this. Like, yeah, he did. Same with Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen also suffered consequences from this as well.
They made it up. It was all a made-up hoax, but it kept us really dealing with Russia. Kept Russia dealing, from dealing with us. So, but despite that, we got along, and I don't know. I think we're going to get there. I know him very well. I think we're going to get there.
Did you discuss any time, location, meeting place?
Yeah, we're discussing a lot of things. No, look, I was on the phone with him for almost, 2.5 hours. They're just telling me now. It's a long time. We discussed a lot of things. We didn't talk about the weather. We weren't talking about what a beautiful day it is in Palm Beach, Florida. Yes.
President Zelenskyy mentioned maybe a meeting with European leaders back in Washington. Would that be in the next few weeks?
Well, in Washington or someplace, yeah. These leaders that I just read, these are great people. They've spent a lot of money on helping Ukraine. And look, they're doing it for themselves also, meaning their country, because Ukraine's a very important country for them in particular. For us, it's very important. To me, it's their lives. We're thousands and thousands of miles. We're protected by a thing called the Atlantic Ocean and lots of other places, to be honest. And they're not. They're right there. But we're working together with them as we should be. But I'm doing it to save lives. We're not spending any money. Biden gave $350 billion away. And the president was nice enough to give us a contract to take out rare earth and things. So we'll see how that all works out. We have a contract, but we appreciated that. He was very good. But
I don't know, man. But judging from a lot of this sort of polling amongst Americans, I don't think a lot of this negotiations and settlements that these guys are trying to push is working out all that well. Like part of the problem is because of the failures of the counteroffensive by the Ukrainians, simply because of the West having a lot of delays in giving them the equipment that they were asking for, and essentially Zelenskyy being put in a position where he had to split up his forces between Bakhmut and also Zaporizhia when they did try to do the counteroffensive within the south. It certainly had a big effect in terms of the approval ratings of the war amongst Americans, and a lot of these Ukro skeptic types were able to just come out of the fucking woodwork and do their stupid, really, really fucking stupid propaganda trying to justify, why we should be all skeptical of, the Ukrainians and whatnot. Very, very stupid stuff. And it turns out now the sort of backlash to that. It's now starting to boomerang back around because everyone is seeing just how incredibly incompetent the president is in terms of trying to get some kind of negotiated settlement between the Russians and the Ukrainians. It's like, wow, it turns out like Zelenskyy still fighting in order to, and also because of backlash against Trump's just sort of general sort of terrible policies as well, and well, due to the fact that he sucks. Like, he really... Nah, most Americans definitely do not like Putin. Boy meets Mini. The Americans who like Putin, this is just... It's like a minority online of a bunch of, like, just really stupid, moronic fucking idiots. Like, very, very few people really, really like Putin. Obviously, a lot of people really do not like Trump either, but... no, generally speaking, Zelenskyy has had, like, I think positive approval within America. It got, like, kind of close around the time of the sort of, like, counteroffensive, which is where you had a lot of these, like, Ukro-skeptic types come out of the woodwork. But now, I guess, because of Trump's bungling of the situation and just making everything worse, it's now basically boomerang back around to being like, yeah, actually, we like the Ukrainians, we like Zelenskyy, and it turns out the president in power that's trying to get some kind of negotiated settlement for all this is a complete fucking moron, which is the case.
We'll see how that works out. But if you think about it, we're going to have... I really believe we're probably, Mr. President, by far closer than ever before with both parties. We had some times when he was close and President Putin wasn't. Then when President Putin was close and he wasn't. You saw that in the White House. But I think they both want to see it happen.
Mr. President, in your conversation with...
You're saying that you've said multiple times that you want to stop the killing, and nearly 100 American citizens died in Ukraine on the battlefield. What's your message to their families whose loved ones died fighting?
Well, look, I mean, the message is so obvious. It's what a shame. They died in a country of freedom. And some are celebrated people. They're very celebrated. But so sad that a thing like that would happen. Yes,
Mr. President, obviously security is a major issue for the Ukrainians.
Right.
Did you offer any promises and assurances?
Well, I did. We want to work with Europe. Europe is going to take over a big part of it, as you can imagine. You know, they're right there. But we're going to help Europe 100%. Like they'd help us. Yes, ma'am, you want to say something?
Yeah, again, we've talked about the potential consequences for that, where the Russians just probably just not going to respect the Europeans as much as like American boots on the fucking ground, because that's the only, if you want to put the fucking kibosh on this, you have to put American boots on the ground, and it's gotten to the point where that now has to happen because of, well, basically the complete bungling on the side of the Americans and also the fucking sort of like hubris of the liberal international order that currently exists.
When your conversation with Andrea fell out with Reuters.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So in your conversation with President Putin, did you discuss what responsibility Russia will have for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine post the agreement?
I did. And they're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. It sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president.
Yeah, that was like the part where when he said that line, like, yeah, dude, yeah, totally. Russia really does want the Ukrainians to be able to fucking succeed. Yeah, totally. Trump, if they wanted the Ukrainians to be able to succeed so badly, then why aren't they basically agreeing to any of the like settled negotiated settlements or anything? I thought that it was like bulletproof stuff and it was really, really solid. What happened? Oh, it turns out that's just not the case, and the Russians are just not interested in any of that, and they're trying to play you like a fiddle.
President Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding, including supplying energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices. So a lot of good things came out of that call today. But they were in the works for 2 weeks with Steve and with Jared and Marco and everybody.
Everything's going so well.
Putin agreed to a ceasefire to allow a referendum to take
place. Not a ceasefire. And that's one of the points that we're working on right now. No, not a ceasefire. He feels that, look, they're fighting and to stop, and then if they have to start again, which is a possibility, he doesn't want to be in that position. I understand that position. The president feels strongly about that or something, but I think we're finding ways that we can get around that. But I understand President Putin from that standpoint. You have to understand the other side. And, I'm on the side of peace. I'm on the side of stopping the war. So, but I think that's a problem that's going to get solved.
Yeah, so this is essentially why he can just get so easily played like a fiddle, because one side is not interested in respecting the sovereignty and the people of Ukraine. Like, one side's just not interested in any of that whatsoever. So they can have vague gesturings of peace, pretending that they want peace, but in reality, that's just not the case whatsoever. And since Trump is a flip-flopping fucking dipshit, and in reality likes the Russians more than the Ukrainians because of what he perceives as Vladimir Putin having main character energy, because of the fact that he is a dictator, because we're dealing with a fucking toddler here who thinks like a fucking toddler, and essentially this is how he sort of like fucking operates. It becomes one of those situations where it's just like it's so easy to manipulate someone like fucking Trump into basically agreeing to sort of like pro-Russian positions for what reason exactly? Oh, because he's just was never really interested in finding a sort of like negotiated settlement that's going to be agreeable ultimately for the fucking Ukrainians. Because again, bro was just never interested in any of that stuff. Because again, honestly, he is just a fucking stooge for the Russians.
Would people who live outside of Ukrainians who fled during the war be allowed to participate in the referendum?
What do you mean, people where live?
The people that left.
If we speak about the people who are abroad, who are not on the territory of Ukraine, I mean, that's in Poland and Germany, we have millions of people. Yeah, they have a referendum in the same of elections, in the same way how people come and vote. They have rights for this. Of course, they have to come. That's why if we will come to referendum, yes, if we will come to such decision, people need infrastructure for this, and it's not simple. And that's why we spoke about it. It can be in one day, very quickly. It's difficult because we need infrastructure. When you have millions of people, you have to build it in Europe, mostly in Europe for today.
President Trump, I know you sound an optimistic note here, but what happens in a few weeks if things sputter? What are you prepared to do?
They keep fighting, and they keep dying. No good. But if things don't happen, they keep fighting, and they keep dying. And we don't want that to happen. He doesn't want it to happen. President Putin doesn't want it to happen either. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, President Putin definitely doesn't want it to happen. I know there was like also him like discussing with his like cabinet as well. I don't know. I'm not going to bother really finding for any of that stuff because it's probably just going to be a lot of these same sort of like bluster and nonsense from this dude who is honestly like no different than a fucking Russian asset. I mean, again, like what else is there to really say? I mean, pretty much this I think summarizes it perfectly. This small video. Zelenskyy is basically caught completely fucked over, has to suffer the consequences of the Germans agreeing to the Nord Stream pipeline, of the Russians not giving a fuck about the liberal international order, and a bumbling buffoon like fucking Trump basically coming in and exacerbating the issue because he does not know how to settle a fucking war that's as complicated as this and that has as much history behind this. And like as you know, Russia and Ukraine have had for hundreds of fucking years. Do you think Trump knows about any of that stuff? No, fuck no. He's a complete bumbling buffoon who, again, only likes the Russians because of the fact that, well, Vladimir Putin has main character energy because he's a dictator, and Trump is a wannabe fucking dictator. It's so fucking nonsensical and stupid that essentially, like, Zelenskyy is getting fucked over and the Ukrainians are getting fucked over because they just wanted Americans to send a bunch of fucking weapons to defend themselves, and the sort of like bumbling buffoonery of the U.S. sort of like military apparatus and state basically made it such that like, well, we kind of would prefer to have the Russians and the Ukrainians bleed each other out a little bit, but bleed out the Russians even more if we just give them a bunch of like limits and sort of arbitrary limits and weapons in order to be able to, well, make it such that they don't collapse entirely, but aren't able to sort of completely and utterly own the Russians too badly within the battlefield, so we can really cause the Russians to bleed out. And hey, in that particular respect, the United States and the Clintonite sort of strategy there has been rather fucking successful. So, and you know what it's come at the cost of? Ukrainian fucking lives and a bunch of Russian lives as well. Essentially a bunch of conscripts being, I don't know, thrown into a meat grinder for no reason because of the ambitions of a far-right ultra-nationalist in Vladimir Putin who wants to secure a legacy for himself, and because of the general sort of hubris of the current liberal international order that the United States is also upholding. So again, there's only like one side in all of this whole equation who gets completely fucked over in all of this, and that is, of course, the Ukrainians. I don't think there's really much else to say besides I just feel bad for Ukraine in this particular instance, just like every other sort of partner nation that works with the United States of America, where they don't want to have a sort of development of a, well, ground war doctrine for themselves because they are wholeheartedly uninterested in deploying boots on the ground for themselves because they a lot of people within politics, American politics specifically, knows that they would suffer sort of political consequences for all of this. But yeah, it's unfortunate that essentially the Ukrainians are the ones who have to bear the brunt of all of this because of, again, the hubris of the liberal international order and because of the aspirations and desires of a far-right ultra-nationalist who wants to secure a legacy for himself. Don't think there's much else to say besides that. Oh boy, time for something fucking insane, huh? All right. I'm getting attacked by the fucking phlegm demons. Getting sneaked on by fucking Phlegm Nation, bro. Alright, let's start with this. I think this is probably one of the more insane things that has been sort of done on a streaming platform. I have I no idea who this Clavicular individual. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing this individual's name right. Nor do I really care all that much. This sort of like, all right, how to describe this guy? He's a kick streamer. Duh. And basically there's this clip of him of essentially like attempting murder. I think like attempted vehicular fucking manslaughter. So apparently he has like this one stalker. They're really stupid and annoying, and also happens to be, I think, a black person, like a drugged out fucking black person. So obviously, since this is a kick streamer who has, I believe, done some streams with like Nick Fuentes or something. No, he's hung out with Nick Fuentes. I didn't get the fucking picture of it. But yeah, he's like hung out with Nick Fuentes before, so obviously he's a psychotic little fucking weirdo. We're gonna get into some of the clips that this guy sort of like talks about. But he unironically like admits to doing a crime. Yeah, I think he basically just unironically admits to doing a crime, talking about, in this clip specifically, saying that he's hoping that the stalker that he ran over was going to fucking die. I don't know if you know this, Clavy. In the court of law, that can be used against you, like, because if you sort of announce intentionality in that particular instance, that's no fucking bueno. Like, if the stalker sues, which the stalker probably should sue, and I do think they should fucking sue, they can essentially argue within court saying, like, well, he intended to fucking kill me, but then it becomes like a whole, like, back and forth with, like, well, this guy's like a weirdo fucking goddamn stalker who's been, like, stalking me consistently. But then ultimately the question would be, it's like, okay, well, why didn't you get, like, a fucking restraining order? Now, I have no idea if Clavy here got a restraining order in particular. against this like stalker dude or whatever, and it basically was just like, can you like fuck off? I have a restraining order against you. Stop fucking like following me around. You're a fucking weirdo. That doesn't really mean that you have the sort of justification to run the internet, the stalker over because of the fact that the dude is, again, stalking you. You can just call the police and have the guy arrested because of him stalking you. You just have to, like, I don't know, basically stay still in your fucking, I don't know, terrorist-ass Cybertruck for, like, a little while for the police to come to get the guy. Like, that's what you're supposed to do in this particular instance, and not run over the guy, which makes him look worse. He does get banned for this, which is good job, Kick. You did the correct thing, and that is ban the guy who basically did attempted like vehicular manslaughter on your platform. So good work there, Kabosh. Very good, Kick. But the fact that we're now seeing on this platform attempted fucking murders is yeah, that's certainly a great thing for fucking Kick. Why don't we take a look at the clip?
Start driving with this guy. Drive.
Oh my god! You probably just ran him over.
I think he like also crashes into someone else's fucking car trying to run over the guy. Obviously, everyone is saying like, yeah, base W, this is a good thing. No, this is not a good thing. This is like probably the worst thing that you can do in this particular instance. Like I said before, call the police and have them arrest this guy. Yeah, sure, you have to stay like in your car for like a little while. You're being like inconvenienced, and this like weirdo is gonna be like stupid and fucking annoying. Don't do a crime in order to just own like a fucking criminal. That's very fucking stupid, man.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He was on the phone. Oh my god.
Is he dead?
I don't know.
Hopefully.
And there it fucking is. Clavy just said, hopefully, to the question that one of his buddies asked him, saying, like, is he dead? He answers, hopefully. That right there is what's going to get him on the fucking hook for a potential fucking lawsuit by the stalker now. And there will be a case there specifically. Because he is announcing that he intended to try to commit manslaughter or vehicular manslaughter, running over the stalker who was, yes, doing a crime and being a stalker. I'm not sure if there's restraining orders already in place by Clavy or whatever. It's going to be kind of harder if that's not the case, or what have you. Like, again, we'd have to see exactly the sort of like state rules and all this, blah, 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 what have you. You intending or having the intention of trying to kill the guy with your fucking car, that's what's going to fucking get you right there on the hook. Like, I honestly, that is the worst thing that this dumbass could have possibly fucking said in this particular case. Okay, I guess he decides to fucking drive off, which only makes him worse. So yeah, he's essentially saying, like, just ran over someone, and he's going to also claim that self-defense is his main argument here, that he's defending himself against the stalker by doing another fucking crime. That's not how it fucking works, and, well, obviously he got fucking arrested for that shit. Because, again, what he did is a fucking crime. This is a crime. You're not supposed to fucking do that. Apparently, yeah, he's getting advice from fucking Aiden Ross, of all people. And, like, Aiden Ross is saying that he's gonna send his, like, fucking Jewish lawyers directly playing into anti-Semitism. It's very, very strange. I don't know why the fuck he's doing that, but whatever. But, like, to sort of, like, dig into this guy now, because this guy is a fucking weirdo. His whole shtick is that he's a fucking look-smaxer. Yeah, we're gonna be doing, like, the weirdo fucking groiper incel fucking shit, talking about fucking chads, incels, this like sort of like archetype of like extremely weirdo, like misogynistic sort of like schizo nonsense of like I don't know, this dude basically just wants to like mog a bunch of people and look like a fucking complete giga chad. For what purpose exactly? I don't know, just like asserting dominance and just being like, yeah, I look way more conventionally attractive than all of you. It's just like, man, you must be a real hit at like social gatherings and parties if that's like your sort of like main output to the world is being a fucking looks maxer.
Would Charlie Kirk have gotten assassinated if he were Chad? Well, probably not, and here's why. Good-looking people experience something called the halo effect, so it's quite possible that if Charlie were to be better looking, someone wouldn't have hated him enough to assassinate him. What happened to him is
genuinely fucking psychotic thing to fucking say here. I wonder if the conservatives are going to have a problem here with, I don't know, some dude unironically making the fucking argument that if Charlie Kirk was enough of like a Sigma fucking Chad, then therefore someone would not hate him enough in order to fucking put a bullet in his fucking neck. Genuinely fucking insane shit that's being said here. Actually fucking nuts.
Is quite terrible, and this might be an insensitive video to make, but I'm really trying to bring awareness to how brutal the black pill is. Looks really are going to determine the quality of your life to a high degree, so
I don't think that's why Tyler Robinson was on the fucking black pill. It's because of economic problems, not because of Charlie Kirk looking fucking ugly or something. It's stupid, man.
You're not doing everything you can to maximize them, you're missing out.
So this is the kind of individual that we're looking at here. Red pill, sort of like weirdo content where he does the whole sort of like, I don't know, probably has like a course saying like, this is how you can maximize your looks by either like mewing or fucking jelking or whatever, like pseudo-scientific fucking nonsense in order to justify this like probable idiotic sort of like idea of, dude, if you maximize your looks and you, I don't know, become like a complete like inhuman sort of asshole, bro, you're totally going to be able to get bitches on your dick or some shit. You know, it's standard like red pill content sort of like taken to its extreme. So here's him basically doing, I think, probably the gayest shit on the fucking planet, and doing these sort of like very strange, weird, like looks maxing shit, and unironic like eugenicist bullshit on Sydney Sweeney of all people. Honestly, okay, unironically, bro is literally like fucking Measurehead here, saying like, Sydney Sweeney is part of the sandwich race because of the fact that she is very well-formed and her upper maximala is very recessed, not a part of the true, because of consumption of alcohol, and is not a real sort of Sigma Chad, and is a part of the sandwich race. Unironic, like, I think we found Measurehead, guys. Clavicular is Measurehead. I'm going to make the call right now. Bro is basically Measurehead.
What are we talking about by hot? Like good looking? Like some people think that like Sydney Sweeney is extremely attractive.
I would say, I don't want to scandalize anybody, I'm a married man.
Oh yeah, and also he was talking about this with Michael Knowles of all people. For those who may not know, basically another failed conservative Hollywood actor dropout who has done fucking gay scenes. If you know, you know.
I would say Sydney Sweeney is very attractive.
I would say that she's pretty malformed. Her upper maxilla is extremely recessed, right? She's got the eyes of doom with no infraorbital support. She's really not that much of a looker.
The fuck are the eyes of doom, bro? What the fuck does that even mean? What, like has like I don't know, like droopy eyes or some shit. Like she has like the fucking stare or something. Like again, I see a lot of people comparing this weirdo to like Patrick Bateman, and unironically, yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with the fact that this dude does like Patrick Bateman. Like Patrick Bateman had a child with fucking Measurehead, and this is like the psychotic fucking freak that has been birthed onto this planet as a result of that fucking combination. Genuinely fucking insane, dude.
In her face. I think that a lot of people with brains find her attractive because of her body.
I don't have porn. Well, you're telling me that that if a guy finds Sydney Sweeney attractive, he's got to have brain?
I think that she's above average in looks, but certainly not that like, you know.
No, you said she's got a sunken suborbital. I forget the words that you said.
Yeah, she's got a recessed infraorbitals and a recessed upper maxilla.
You're telling me you go.
By the way, like again, just to sort of reiterate just how fucking schizophrenic this is. Nobody fucking thinks like this. Nobody talks like this. Okay, this is like again the weird like. Yes, I need to pull out my calipers here in order to do the proper measurements of your eyebrows, making sure that the proper recesses of your eye sockets are not have to be in the complete perfect place at all possible. I need to make sure that your skull is also the appropriate shape to make sure that the babies that you'll produce are not going to be low IQ subhuman specimens. Like, genuinely fucking insane that shit like this is basically being said. Like... this is like nonsensical sort of bullshit. Like, unironically, this dude is basically the what would happen if Measurehead and fucking Patrick Bateman were to have a fucking kid. You'd have this dude, unironically.
Oh, you go to a bar.
I'm just saying she's not the pinnacle of looks that I'm talking about to actually succeed on social media. She's average to above average.
I don't know, man. Like, if this is like the main sort of arena that you want to sort of argue on, it's genuinely sort of like insane to me, saying like, because nobody thinks like this, bro. Like, Sydney Sweeney is like a conventionally attractive blonde woman with like a pretty nice rack, and nobody fucking thinks about the weird sort of like eyes of doom in her upper maxilla at all, if they're like average fucking dipshit conservative Americans or whatever, who's like oogling over her fucking body. Nobody, like, literally, when I say that nobody fucking thinks like this, nobody thinks like this besides some of the weirdest people. Here's another thing, like, he doesn't care about transgender people because it's just another person to mog. Who thinks like this? Like, okay, here's the thing. I understand all this sort of like language is being employed here. It's like, again, the sort of like I would say the sort of like what happens when the incels decide to get into fucking race science and all this fucking shit and all the like really weird like eugenicist sort of like bullshit. It's essentially, this is what Clavy right here is basically the byproduct of like the incel ideology. Sort of like regressing further and further into right-wing fucking like weird eugenicist ideologies.
I just don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to just advocate for your average person to only concern themselves with their own.
To me, that's the big hope. I agree with many of the observations you're making about the society, but the big hope, you heard this with like the libs when they were trying to push the trans stuff and they were upset that some of us were pushing against it. And they said, how does this affect you? You know, you're walking out, it's basically your society is Sodom and Gomorrah. And they say, well, how does it affect you if I decide I want to like castrate little kids in the school and redefine marriage and slaughter babies and sacrifice them to Moloch? How does that affect you? You just mind your own business. And I think, how about
Yeah, that's exactly what is going on with transgender people, Michael. Keep in mind, Michael Knowles is also the exact same dude who, on this stage of TPUSA, was talking about how transgenderism needs to be fucking annihilated from, like, I don't know, orbit or some shit. It's incredibly fucking stupid.
Don't mind my own business. How about my business is my community, and I have a right to enforce standards and norms that are good and traditional and conducive to flourishing. And how about...
Wait, what happened? I thought, like, fucking, what happened to conservatives caring about, like, individual sort of rights and all this kind of stuff? What happened? Now we care about the sort of rights of the community? We care about the sort of rights of the fucking collective now all of a sudden? Michael Knowles? What happened to individualism? What happened? Oh, it's almost as if for people like Michael Knowles, none of these standards are ever sort of rigid in any circumstance, simply due to the fact that Michael Knowles just wants to kill a bunch of fucking trans people. Like, that's literally it. He just wants to do the fucking genocide of trans people.
But you mind your own business.
But the problem is, you see what you just did there is you spiked your cortisol thinking about transgenders.
Will that max anything on me?
No, that's a very catabolic hormone. So if you're advocating for people to, go around and, concern themselves with these issues, or go to, like school, like board conferences and like, be outspoken about this, that's just largely going to be unproductive. And, it might seem like a doomer mentality, or like, you're just going to let society go to, it's like on an individual level, it's not going to be productive.
But on a political, right.
I mean, the fact that that I'm kind of agreeing there with both Clavicular on that specifically is they're genuinely sort of insane. It's just like, yeah, dude, like, who the fuck really cares? Again, as like the sort of order of magnitude of sort of issues that the American people care about, unironically, the sort of like order of operations for what Americans care more about than anything in terms of general issues, like caring about I don't know, wanting to make like transgender people suffer as much as possible. That's like sort of like on the bottom rung of what most Americans sort of care about. Like, nobody gives a shit about any of that stuff.
Well, look, it's been productive as much as at least the trans thing or so many other problems. At least the trans thing, though, we've kind of won on that.
Well, the way that I see trannies is like, that's one more person to mug once
really.
they brutally butcher themselves transitioning,
It's one more person to fucking mog, bro. Jesus Christ. Who fucking talks like this? This is genuinely fucking insane. Now, of course, he says like a fucking slur. Great, fantastic. We love slurs. Like, dude, transgenders? That's like just another person to fucking mog on my sort of like, I don't know, ascension to want to be the ultimate sort of like moglet or whatever, to be the ultimate sort of like Aryan specimen that, I don't know, is supposed to get like all of like the women or something on the planet or something. I don't, like, again, like when people sort of do this stuff, I genuinely have like a struggle as to like understanding what the fucking objectives here are in general. And I think it's just like, I don't know, I think this dude's just like a fucking weirdo eugenicist. Like I said before, it's a combination of Patrick Bateman and fucking Measurehead, like unironically, and it's just like a weirdo little eugenicist.
I see that.
Like, go descend yourself. Like, that's fine with me.
Because you're ascending yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna ascend, and this person is gonna be a comical botch job. So like that just seems like very logical to me. Like, yeah, go be a tranny. Like, now I mog you to death.
Now isn't?
I just don't.
Damn. I mog you to death. I don't know, dude. This is fucking insane. That I don't know. Like, he's saying this to like Michael Knowles. It's like, yeah, dude, go be like a transgender where I can just like totally fucking mock you. Genuinely fucking insane. Like, actually fucking psychotic, bro. And now, this is like a thing that a lot of conservatives are now doing. Like, Nick Fuentes is talking shit about J.D. Vance. Same with, like, Sneeko, I think, also talked a bunch of shit about J.D. Vance, saying how he's subhuman because he's married an Indian woman, and also because of the fact that he's like a short, pudgy little fucking doughboy, and he's like really ugly, which is like, well, yeah, that is true. Like, he is a short, pudgy little doughboy, and ostensibly is a fucking weirdo. Him marrying an Indian woman, that's not really the main problem with fucking people like JD Vance. The main issue with people like JD Vance is that he's just an ostensible little, like, groiper fucking weirdo. Honestly, like, JD Vance is like more closer to what most of these incels look like and their sort of mentality. So in reality, they should be big fans of JD Vance, because JD Vance essentially like thinks like them and acts like them one to one, but they all fucking hate him because, again, like, the sort of like incel ideology and sort of positions here, it's not ultimately meant to accomplish much of anything whatsoever in terms of being able to gain political power. It's all about, again, the eternal sort of Ouroboros of fascism that's always going to be eating its own fucking tail. Like, have you seen any of these incel forums? They shit on each other consistently, like all the fucking time, if they're not shitting on women, like being really weirdo fucking misogynists. They're like, again, like every other sort of fascistic movement, it's all about, I don't know, like having some strange maintenance of like hierarchy and control, with certain people being on top of that fucking hierarchy. And well, it turns out a bunch of people are going to butt heads inherently in this sort of ideology, as always, just like every other fucking conservative ideology. But I don't know, let's get into, I guess, the sort of like eugenicist arguments against JD Vance.
This next election cycle, who's going to win? It's going to be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance because JD Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mugs.
JD Vance is subhuman?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like they're all saying that Gavin Newsom is gonna mog JD Vance or some shit, and that's like the prediction a lot of these people are making. Like, okay, man, yeah, totally, bro. Like, based off of the really early polling that we're operating off of right now, like Gavin Newsom is totally going to win the primary within the Democratic primary and is going to become the nominee for the president or something. And because of, I don't know, Gavin looking like a textbook definition of sleazy politician, his looks maxing, basically he's going to defeat JD Vance or something. I don't know. It's all fucking weird.
Wait, what makes you say that?
He's got a very short total facial width to height ratio. He's obese, very recessed side profile, whereas Newsom is like 6'3" Chad.
So you're JD's version.
Is JD Vance like even obese? I mean, I think you might have been looking at too many of the AI memes. There, Clavy, you fucking weirdo. But I don't think like JD Vance like is obese. Like everyone calls, he just looks like a pudgy little baby face doughboy. Like that's really about it.
Very tall. JD's gotta be.
Well, still, I mean, Gavin Newsom obviously mugs him to death.
So you're a Newsom head. You prefer Newsom to the vice president.
I'm just telling you who's going to win.
Do you prefer him though?
No.
Honestly, it's hard to say, but Newsom being that much more of a mogger and like having a president who's like.
This is American fucking political discourse, man. Dude, Gavin Newsom like totally bogs JD Vance. He's a mogger in comparison. Sounds like a fucking slur, unironically. So therefore, that's like probably the main reason for as to why JD Vance is gonna get totally owned by Gavin Newsom, because he's like a 6'3" fucking Chad and he just mogs. It's all vibes based, nothing fucking matters, and I don't know, like fucking combination of Patrick Bateman and Measurehead over here is talking about presidential candidates based off of who mogs who better. It's genuinely fucking insane, man.
Like fat, and especially that young.
You think he's fat?
I would say
he's a bigger guy for sure.
It's just embarrassing. Like, how are you fat and you expect to like lead a country? You can't even be in shape, you know?
So you.
Donald Trump during 2016 was a fat fucking slob. Like, what do you think of Donald Trump currently right now? Like, is he even that fat? It's just the fucking face. Like, more than likely, I wouldn't be like, yeah, younger, he was like a little fucking pudgy. Was he like fat though? I mean, not really. Pudgy, yes. Fat, not really. But no, like all these other motherfuckers, they all went on the fucking Zemp for whatever reason in order to not look as fucking fat. Like, listen, it's just the fact that he has a pudgy fucking little baby face. That's the one thing that makes him look fat or whatever. I like in terms of like. I guess it's like the body itself. Like, is he really fat? Like, it's not really. Like, I don't know. If like JD Vance is obese, then I'm like morbidly obese in comparison.
Like, let's say you got to vote. It's 2028.
I'm voting for Gavin Newsom.
You're voting for Gavin Newsom.
You can't be that subhuman.
So you
can't be that subhuman. This is insane, by the way.
God. Well, this actually is of a thread with the whole conversation. Because you look at these two candidates. You have Gavin Newsom, worst governor in the country. I think we would all agree. Destroyed his state, let its main city burn to the ground because of his incompetence, is a personal, complete derelict, liar, degenerate.
Michael, you're gonna fucking get owned in this debate, buddy. This guy is clearly not interested in actually talking about fucking politics. This dude could give less of a flying fuck about any of that stuff. It's all about the vibes and the fucking looks with someone like this. Like, all these like dumbass conservative talking points are going to ultimately amount to nothing to someone like fucking Clavy, where, again, Michael Knowles, we all know this, he's just a conservative propagandist through and through. He is just simply exists on the Daily Wire to just put out propaganda. Like, that's literally about it. Does Clavy know about any of these sort of actions that Gavin Newsom took in California? No, the fuck he doesn't. And Michael Knowles is obviously going to lie about any of this stuff because he's a fucking propagandist. But Clavy doesn't give a shit about any of that stuff. It's all about, again, the fucking vibes, the fucking looks. Policy is anathema to someone like Clavy. He doesn't give a shit about that stuff.
But he is good looking. I'll grant you that he's good looking. Kind of looks like Patrick Bateman, American Psycho. And then you have this vice president, President Trump, the transformative right-wing president in our lifetimes, who you support Trump or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got this vice president handpicked by Trump.
Okay, you support Donald Trump, but you like Gavin Newsom. So, like, was Trump, like, looked better in comparison to Kamala Harris or something? Like, this is why you can't have, like, a sort of, like, logical sort of, like, pattern of thought with people like this, because it's inherently fucking incoherent. It's nonsensical. Because, again, if you try to, like, think about this for 3 seconds, you just want to, like, I don't know, blow your brains out because of just how fucking ridiculous this is.
Who is extremely intelligent, very right-wing. I think he's a pretty good-looking guy. I don't know, maybe I guess you disagree. But he's all these things, checks all these boxes with all these great policies. And regardless, you're going to pick the pro-mass migrant, pro-trans, pro-murder the babies, pro-burn the cities to the ground, pro-BLM Democrat because he's skinnier than the conservative vice president.
100 times over. JD Vance, would he be a better candidate?
Yeah, again, like, see, policy doesn't matter to someone like this. He could give less of a flying fuck about that.
And probably closer to me in terms of policy than Gavin Newsom, yes, but he's just not going to be good enough to be deserving. I think the right has kind of let down the voters for the longest time. So I think I don't really think the right-wingers should just give support to these jesters who continue to underdeliver on their promises. Just let the Democrats win. That's kind of what I'm talking about in terms of just like why I don't support Vance as a voter. But
so you're saying no, they shouldn't vote for any Republican. The right-wingers should not vote for the Republican.
Not until the right actually wants to do the things that they're promising.
So is there a candidate you would prefer? I assume you don't actually want to vote for Newsom. Maybe you do. Maybe you are a Democrat. No, okay, so you.
Well, that's a little interesting. So, I don't know, bringing this to like a sort of policy arena, because I mean, technically speaking, what he's saying is right. Like, yeah, like the right wing doesn't maintain any of its promises, but the reason why the right wing doesn't maintain any of its promises is because they don't really run on any fucking policy. The right consistently has never really run on any policy whatsoever because they don't give a flying fuck about policy. The whole sort of project of the Republican Party is to essentially just exist to destroy the federal, like, oversight, like, mechanisms of federal oversight that are threadbare and that barely exist within the United States of America. Like, that's, like, basically the point of the Republicans at this point, is to essentially just destroy the federal government. Like, it's, like, literally it.
So then who's a right-winger you want to vote for? Or maybe there isn't one.
No, yeah, there really isn't one.
It's kind of doomer, isn't it? So now you're saying if you're a real hardcore Giga Chad right-winger, you should let the Democrats rape your country.
Well, yeah, you kind of have to. Like, that's the accelerationist mentality. Because, like, look, what is the right going to do other than just like a small win here and like, maybe overturn Roe v. Wade on like a federal level, but abortion is still allowed, like state to state. So it's like it really doesn't do anything. It's like if these people are just going to like continue.
Maybe you deport 2 million.
That's not exactly how that fucking works, but yeah, there's already a bunch of trigger laws that went into place, but whatever.
People maybe.
Okay, but there's still 28 million more, right? So until these people like actually want to make changes that matter,
of course,
right?
I think 2 million people matters. I think.
Does it in a country of how many people? Like, what are we?
330 million or so.
Exactly. So it's like we're not really making any progress here. So for the RNC to just demand voters to continue to show up for what? Really, it's just that's the cope, right? That's what I'm simply advocating for. Until like the policy change and like the rhetoric is a little better.
How would the policies change? This is what I'm confused about. Is had a Democrat won, it just used this past year. Had a Democrat won, it just used this past year.
I mean, again, the thing is that if the Republicans try to pull off what they do, like, it's going to be so fucking illegal because they can't do it. Like, it's impossible to do it. There's too many, like, that's why I'm saying, like, it's an inherently unstable fucking coalition. Like, you can't ever get what exactly you want. This dude is obviously, like, a psychotic fucking fascistic little freak. I mean, he collabs with Nick Fuentes, for fuck's sake, so obviously, duh. He's a fascistic little fucking freak who essentially just wants, like, I don't know, the furthest right-wing possible fucking bullshit. For what purpose exactly? I don't know, to just cause more suffering of people because he's like unironically, like a eugenicist little fucking freak. So it's just very, very fucking weird that like there's no point in like trying to debate policy with someone like this because there's nothing you can really get in terms of like policy concessions from someone like Clavicular, because again, for someone like this guy, he just wants to basically have a system in place that essentially gets rid of the people who are seen as the undesirables, because he's like a combination of like Measurehead and fucking Patrick Bateman, where he just wants to get rid of a bunch of undesirables because, I don't know, they just don't look as good as him or some shit. They don't look completely fucking perfect in terms of like the psychotic, like eugenicist sort of ideas that he has. Like, it's just fucking nutter butter shit, like all the way down.
Sure. Had a Democrat won, we would get, just judging by Biden's policies, Biden's vice president was running, you would add 3 million illegal aliens to the country. Because Trump won, not only do you not add 3 million, you lose 2 million. So now you have a net change of 5 million potential foreigners who would be in the United States over the course of 1 year. And you're saying, yeah, it's not good enough. Sorry, bro.
It really is not good enough.
So what are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yeah.
I'm realizing that society is going one direction, and I'm trying to improve myself as much as possible so that I can succeed financially, so that I can improve my status and improve my quality of life.
But what's very interesting about it is by saying, look, not only am I apathetic, I want the Democrats to win because they're going to be because they're going to screw up the country, and then we'll have a revolution. It'll be good again.
Right.
What's interesting about that to me is it reflects something quite real and I think quite understandable, which is the alienation, especially among young men, especially among young right-wing men, from the country that at very high levels.
The fuck was that, dude? Well, honestly, Boy Meets Smitty, it's not just hyper individual. I mean, this essentially what's being said here is it's completely fucking incoherent sort of nonsense, right? Like, in order to be able to have these sort of like hyper individualist society that Clavy essentially wants, but to also have these sort of like maintenance of like a perfect like Aryan sort of like genetically modeled like hyper society of Agartha, like the necessary like state apparatus in order to be able to sustain that would have to be completely insane. Like, there's no point in trying to make sense of any of this. It's just incoherent babble.
Popular media and government.
Which is, again, like kind of the point with like a lot of these like more eugenicist sort of like red pilly incel types. It's just incoherent babble. Like, the ideology is inherently fucking contradictory. There's no point in trying to make sense of all this. The only thing you can do with, like, people like this is just be like, bro, you're fucking insane, and nobody normal fucking thinks like this. You're a fucking weirdo little bro.
Has told that group of people that they suck for like 30 years. That I totally resonate with. So how widespread do you think that alienation is?
I would say that the reason that I have the success I do is because it's almost in every kid my age who in the same demographic, is people are tired of being banned on social media. People are tired of
being toxic.
Right. The government not advocating for them.
This guy complaining about being called toxic, despite the fact that he's advocating for like the eugenicist like perfect Agarthan fucking state of hyper giga chad fucking white people, bro. Like, okay, man, yeah, this guy is complaining about being banned on social media and being toxic, despite the fact that he did intentionally attempted vehicular manslaughter of his fucking kickstalker. Like, okay, bro, nice meme, bro.
Whatsoever. So I would say that it's probably more common than not.
Yeah, dude. Like I said before, this is what's going to be emerging from the rotting carcass that is the current MAGA movement and the Republican Party. It's going to be extremely stupid, extremely conspiratorial, and extremely fucking anti-Semitic. And just incoherent sort of nonsense, right? This is what's going to... It's going to be people like wannabe measurehead, like fucking Patrick Bateman sort of amalgam type people. Like, I don't know if like Clavy understands that. You don't want to be Patrick Bateman. The point of American Psycho is that being like Patrick Bateman is actually kind of bad. The sort of like maintenance of absolute hyper perfection and within a sort of like individual basis in the way that fucking Patrick Bateman was doing is not a good thing. That's actually kind of a bad thing. But I don't think Clavy sort of understands sort of basic media analysis like this, because he's just like an absolute eugenicist, like nutter butter. But yeah, I don't know, like, I guess this is my sort of investigation, taking a look into this sort of dude. Whoa, I shouldn't be really surprised that this guy's a fucking kick streamer who did attempted vehicular manslaughter, admitted on camera that was the intentionality of him trying to kill his fucking stalker in his fucking Cybertruck, and his dumbass getting fucking arrested for that because he's just like an insane sort of like eugenicist little freak who's collabed with Nick Fuentes. I think we've gotten our sort of like summary here that this dude honestly is a complete fucking nutter, very fucking crazy, and I don't know, basically just wants to cause a bunch of suffering for what exactly? I don't know, some strange attempt of wanting to build Agartha or some shit. Completely, genuinely fucking insane that these people are, I don't know, going to gain more prominence in this sort of like emergent like populist right-wing sort of fervor where these like complete fucking schizophrenic crazy morons
are, I don't know, who all say this, like, complete fucking nonsense and are coming out of the woodwork now because of the rotting carcass of the MAGA movement in the Republican Party. It genuinely fucking insane, but I don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides being, like, a weirdo eugenicist sort of incel, guys. Genuinely fucking nuts. And I shouldn't really expect anything less from the dude who is the, I don't know, the bastard child of Measurehead and fucking Patrick Bateman. The average dude in Pakistan looks better than this motherfucker. Honestly, like, it's just, people like this are just so fucking weird, man. Okay, Opera GX, what are we doing? Some, like, real stupid cringe shit right now? I want to close these tabs, not all the fucking tabs, you dumbass motherfuckers. Whatever. That's stupid and annoying, but whatever. Who the fuck are we gonna raid out to? That's why I switched to being a homo queer. Being extremely gay, derogatory. Fuck you, Boy Meets Many. Alright, who the fuck are we raiding out to today? Man. That Clavicular guy. Alright, man. Who the fuck are we raiding out to today? Guys, we're all looks maxing Giga Chads in this chat, right? We're all looks maxers. Oh man, dude. It's so fucking weird, bro. Is tomorrow both our last streams of 2025? Maybe. Probably? I don't know what the fuck. Probably. Let's raid out to Jason's Society. Why not? Alright, idiots. Raid messages. You know what to do. You know what to say. Transfer out of the Daho raid buff if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid buff. That's how you show appreciation. Those are in 20K's gamers. I will be probably back tomorrow because I am going to be moving back to my parents' place because grandparents, yada yada yada. They're going to be away, so I have to make sure that everything's okay. You know how it is. Anywho, I will be probably back tomorrow. We'll see exactly what the fuck I'm going to do. Yeah, we'll see exactly what the fuck I'm going to do in terms of the stream. But yeah, anyway, it's going to be more of the same, Factorio and whatnot. Any case, gamers, I will be back probably tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.